Good evening, y'all. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's good to see all the smiling faces and energy as we already past halfway through October. We will call to order the Marble Falls Independent School District Board of Trustees meeting for Monday, October 20th at 6:01 p.m. For roll call tonight, we currently have 5 of our members present, and Chief Boshiers is on Zoom, I believe. We got him there. And Mr. Nauman will be joining us in just a couple minutes. So we have 6 out of 7, and we should have 7 out of 7 shortly. Next up, we're going to have an invocation by Elder William Tumblin, and then we will have the Pledge to the Flags by Ms. McCary and vision statement by Mr. Berkman. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening. Let's bow our heads. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you once again for your son, Jesus. Even as we open this meeting, we ask, Father God, that we thank you for the men and women on the board. We ask that you continue to give them wisdom and guidance as they discuss the issues over the children, for we recognize how much you value and love children, so that even as this meeting goes, that we invite your presence to come in even now to give wisdom, guidance, that every person here will be able to know your presence, but also that you would give wisdom to where they can make the decisions that will help to benefit our children, to cause them to reach their potential, to strive for excellence, to be overcomers, and that they will excel in this life, in this world at this time for your glory. And we ask that in Jesus' name. Amen.
Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Join me in the vision statement, please.
Marble Falls ISD has an unyielding commitment to love every child and inspire them to achieve their fullest potential. Thank you, Elder Tumblin. All right, citizen comments? All right. Special recognition. We got a bunch of fun things tonight. We'll kick it off with Principals Month recognition. Dr.
All right.
Gassaway.
Thank you very much. Principals, if you would all please stand so we can recognize you, and stay standing while I read the proclamation. That wasn't an ask. All right. This is from the state of Texas, Office of the Governor. Educators equip our next generation of leaders with the skills and knowledge they need to succeed. It is through a quality education that we place students firmly on a path that leads to a lifetime of excellence and achievement. Quality educators are vital to a strong, prosperous state, and this is true of devoted principals throughout the Lone Star State. The Texas education system depends upon the leadership of capable principals. They cast a vision for their schools and work tirelessly to realize it. Principals are not only a source of inspiration for students, but they are also visionary leaders for teachers and staff. Utilizing excellent communication skills, skilled analysis, and clear policies, principals are an important component of student success. Each year, the month of October is set aside to honor the hard work and dedicated service of principals and to recognize the invaluable role they play in our education system and our future. The Lone Star State owes a debt of gratitude to these men and women who represent the best of Texas education. At this time, I encourage all Texans to educate themselves about the contribution principals have made to our great state. Principals drive excellence that ensures a better and brighter future for all. Therefore, I, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, do hereby proclaim October 25th, 2025 to be Principals Month. Y'all, we are blessed with a great group of principals, and I know this each and every day. I get to work with each and every one of them. In fact, just as a side note, one of them has a birthday today, Miss Brantley, and one of them has a birthday tomorrow, Miss Fletcher. So, happy birthday to you both. I am so blessed getting to work with you all. And Kara, I didn't say sit, but that's okay. And I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful school year. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, principals. We appreciate you so much, and happy birthday today and tomorrow. Item 7B, Hispanic Heritage Month recognition. Dr. Garcia, you're up.
Good evening, board members. We would like to invite you to our Hispanic Heritage Fiesta this Thursday at 6 p.m. During the special event, we will celebrate all of our students' amenities, cultural heritage that will make our community so great. We will have students group dancing to Tisano music. We will also enjoy some delicious food together, and this event will take place at the high school auditorium. Please come and join us for this joyful celebration. Don't miss this opportunity to celebrate the community.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la masa directiva. Nos gustaría invitarlos a nuestra fiesta de la jerarquía hispana este jueves a las 6. Durante este evento especial celebramos a todos nuestros estudiantes y las muchas acerías culturales que enriquecen durante comunidad. Tendremos grupos de estudiantes presentando bailes típicos tejanos. También compartiremos comida deliciosa. El evento será en el auditorio de Marble Falls High School. Nos esperamos para celebrar juntos esta ocasión tan especial. No falten.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's this Thursday, 6 o'clock at the auditorium at the high school. Next up, we have 7C, Superintendent's Award, Ms. Fletcher.
All right, I am super excited to honor two outstanding students. If I could have Rennie DeMuth and Hollis Henderson join us up at the front. All right, we're going to start with sweet Rennie. Rennie is a shining example for all with the sincere ways she leads. She exemplifies our 212-degree motto. She was selected by her peers as a 212 ambassador, not just this year, but in years prior. She's attended Colt her entire elementary school career and has made a huge impact on those around her. Some words that people describe you: inclusive, caring, helpful, leader, cheerful, and eager. Your teachers say, Nurse Heather says, when a new student shows up in her grade, she makes it a point to include them and help them feel welcome. Miss Chance said she's kind to her friends and is always rooting for someone when they are working on accomplishing something. Miss Slate said when asked to create a cheer to promote Battle of the Cans, she took the lead, included others, and had it choreographed in less than 10 minutes. Miss Revan said she always asks how she can help. It brings her joy to give to others. Some of your peers said, Harbor, you deserve this so much. I see you help people every day. London said, you are always someone that I can count on. Nova said, you're always positive and you are not afraid to be yourself. Kylie, you care so much about people's safety and give everyone a chance to feel heard. Austin, you set the best example and make others feel good about themselves. Sam said, you always know how to lighten the mood. You're the good kind of funny. Never stop being the turtle-loving, roller-skating girl that you are. Eloise said, I love the way you treat people and respect in tough situations. In fact, so many of your peers in their letters to you called you their best friend. You make all feel included. Your dad says, Rennie is unapologetically herself, and her genuineness is what makes her so loved by everyone around her. Your grandma says, Rennie is a very compassionate young girl who truly cares about family, friends, and community. And your mom, Rennie is self-motivated and completes all of her assignments without being told or reminded. We are so proud of her and can't wait to see what she does next. We all love you, Rennie. All right, now we get to talk about Mr. Hollis. Hollis is a difference maker at Colts Elementary. He is a loyal friend and an encourager with the biggest heart. He has also attended Colts Elementary his entire time, and he's a friend to everyone. Words that describe you: includer, peacemaker, respectful, integrity, and hardworking. Your teachers say. Ms. Farmer says he is always lifting up his friends in the classroom and on the playground. He shows grit and works hard. Ms. Stannard said, Hollis has influenced me in more ways than he will ever know. He has shown that hard work truly pays off and that being humble helps us notice the great things in our peers. Nurse Heather says Hollis isn't doing the things for recognition or because he's being watched. He just has integrity. Ms. Trudeau says he has grit, perseverance, kindness, and enough heart to fill the entire Mustang football stadium. He has never let anything or anyone stand in his way of reaching goals. Ms. Wentz says watching him grow in confidence and ability has been one of the most rewarding parts I have at working at Colt. And Ms. Karaja says, Hollis's presence lifts the energy in the classroom, and the respectful, caring nature strengthens our entire school community. Your peers, Isaac, I see how you treat others the way that you want to be treated. Ryan, I think you're the GOAT. You are awesome. Robert, you are responsible and always set a good example. Emerson, you spread positivity all the time with your high fives, handshakes, and fist bumps. Braden, people have been looking up to you for a while now. I'm just so proud of you. Kaysen, you always include people in play, no matter if you're friends with them or not. Felix, you are always so focused in class and help your table mates. You do everything with great effort. And Daniel, I never see you giving up, even when things are hard. Your grandma says, Hollis is a friend to all. He is respectful and tries hard at everything he does. Your cousin Evan, the kid just does not give up. And your mom, you're a bright light to so many. It is a great privilege to watch you grow. We love you, Hollis.
And if you're a parent, friend, or educator of either of those fine students, would you stand up so we can recognize you for your support at this time? Congratulations. Way to represent Marble Falls. Thank you. Next up, we have item 7D, Going the Extra Mile Award. Mr. Whittle.
All right. It is my honor tonight to present our Going the Extra Mile Award for the Colt Elementary campus. This award recognizes staff members who go above and beyond in their service to students, colleagues, and our school community. So this month's gem recipient from Colt Elementary is Miss Belinda Carr, first grade teacher. Ms. Carr has devoted 22 years to public education, with the past 4 right here in Marble Falls ISD, all at Colt Elementary. During that time, she has made a lasting impact on her students, her team, and her campus. She has a true heart for teaching first graders, helping our youngest learners build the foundation for a lifetime of learning. Mrs. Carr is known for her positive energy, her teamwork, and her generous spirit. She's not only an excellent teacher, but also a mentor to her colleagues and a joy to be around each and every day. We are grateful for your dedication, her professionalism, and the example she sets for others. At this time, I'd like to welcome back Principal at Colt Elementary, Ms. Fletcher, and she's going to share some positive thoughts and comments from some staff. Oh, and first, I forgot, here is her lovely gift, a gem.
It's been fun keeping this a surprise from you. So deserving. And you can see by the amount of people that are here to support her how truly loved she is. All right. Ms. Carr is an extremely dedicated teacher, teammate, colleague, and friend. She builds beautiful relationships with her students and leads a classroom where students feel confident, successful, and driven to ask questions. Her passion for what she does is evident in all of her interactions. She seeks connections with families, making the bridge to home a solid one. She embodies living 212 degrees and making it a mission that every student matters. Her passion and her heart sets her apart and from her students for success. She helps build the unity in our community. So here's a few words from your colleagues. Ms. Cowart, you make such a positive impact on everyone around you. Miss Frisch, I love how you see the greatness that is in every one of your students. Miss Pursley, you encourage me to seek my faith over my fears. When I struggle, you're the first in line to support me. Miss Conley, I find myself mentally noting all the qualities I want to have as a teacher one day. You're kind, smart, patient, and incredibly talented. Miss Nice, Huxley loves your class, and it has been so awesome to see how he's grown in his love for learning all the things. Miss Slate, the way you support others, step in when needed, and always go the extra mile creates a welcoming, encouraging environment for everyone around you. Miss Meza, I celebrate the wonderful human that you are, the connection that we have, your passion for teaching, the love you give to students, and the way students love you back. Miss Parker, you have the patience of a saint and the God-given ability to move mountains. Miss Ramirez, your ability to love and support each student equally creates a classroom where everyone feels valued and capable of success. Miss Aguilar, you have a gift for noticing the best in others and sharing it through kind compliments. Miss Whitaker, this recognition is so well deserved, not just for your dedication in the classroom, but the way you inspire others through your passion for teaching. Miss Tatum, her current student teacher. You are so deeply cared about, and you care about each student and strive every day to give them your absolute best possibility of learning experiences. Your love of teaching has inspired me to want to become a great teacher. All that being said, some of your biggest impact is with our students, so here's a couple from them. Ellie, I love Miss Carr because she's super nice. She teaches super fun math and science lessons. And Logan, she is very nice and loving. She gives hugs when we need them. I love when she gives us hard work because it makes our brains smarter. And you make us all better. We love Miss Carr. Thank y'all.
Hold on, Ms. Carr, you gotta.
Photo up. Congratulations, Ms. Carr, and thank you for going the extra mile for our students. 7E, Spotlight on Excellence. Dr. Gasaway.
Miss Moss, if you will come join me up here, we're going to hang out for a minute together. Our October highlight, or our October Spotlight on Excellence is Miss Moss, the nurse at Marble Falls Elementary, and we've got a video to watch together. I know, it's awful. All right, here we are. It is the month of October, and you've nominated somebody for our Spotlight on Excellence. Tell me about who you've nominated and why.
I nominated Miss Brandy Moss, and she is our nurse, and she is beyond words and beyond amazing, and she just, I mean, whatever you need, Miss Brandy's got it. She's on top of it. She's so compassionate. She just, I mean, even if you need something yourself, she's there for you. And not only does she have all the answers whenever you need something, she goes and finds out. She makes herself seen. She goes above and beyond. She will go, she's always outside of her office trying to do extra things. And even with ACE, she works the after school care, and she will try to be with the kids as much as she can and just get to really know them so that when they come to her office, and even if you ask her this, she'll tell you this, but when they come to her office, they don't have to be nervous or be worried because they have to go to the nurse. Like, they feel like she's part of their family, and she makes them feel like part of her family. And I mean, there's kids that we have to like shoo out of there because we have to get the day started, and they just want to give Miss Brandy a hug. And you know, my kid is one of those, and like, she just, like I said, goes above and beyond, like whatever you need. I mean, just you, before you even think it, she's already on it. And she even goes and finds like special things for certain friends if they're really struggling with something. She will like find special band-aids or different things that she knows will like make them feel included or make it not so intense or worrisome. And like, I mean, she'll call parents. She'll even call parents if we have something happen in our classroom where we are like, oh no, we have to make maybe a difficult phone call to a parent. She is right there like, do you want me to make the call? Will it help if I reach out too? Like, even with our vision screeners, if I'm worried that, you know, like I really want to touch base, but I'm not sure where to start. I mean, she just jumps right in. I never have to ask her for anything. She's just everywhere and all the places. And I mean, she has the best heart ever. If you see her out in the community, she is just like right there and hugging everybody. She knows everybody by name. She just makes you feel seen and important. And just, I mean, she just deserves this award and so much more. And I'm doing a terrible job of doing that. But
and I'll tell you, thank you so much for nominating her.
Yeah.
She is going to be our October
I'm so
Spotlight
excited.
on Excellence.
I'm so
Thank you.
excited, yay!
Miss Moss, here we are. It is October. We're talking Spotlight on Excellence, and you are our October Spotlight on Excellence. Miss Haddock just raved about you, the relationships you have with the kids, the support you have for the teachers, just that you go above and beyond. Out in the community, you just give and give and give. And so I know that as a nurse, that's just part of who you are, but tell me why you love our kids so much.
I think just being a part of their everyday life, you know, because you get to see them when they're happy and you get to see them when they're sad. You get to take care of them when they're hurt and just be that comfort. I think that's my favorite part.
Well, it goes just beyond the kids. I know that got to hear about you supporting teachers, making phone calls, and so it's not just about the kids, it's about what you bring to this entire school, the community at large. And so thank you for all you do to love and inspire our kids. We're excited to get to recognize you as our October Spotlight on Excellence. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So, a small little something for you to put on your desk from us to you. And then this is something you can take home and put on your refrigerator to show off at the house. And so we're excited to honor you and your Spotlight on Excellence. And so congratulations. And we want to take your picture.
Congratulations. Thank you, Nurse Moss. And if, with the family, friends, supporters in the room, we're willing to stand up so we can thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you all for joining us. Item 7F, Spotlight on Engagement, Ms. Lefflet.
Good evening. Spotlight and Engagement highlights great teaching across our district. You know, every once in a while you meet a teacher who is just that spark, someone who makes kids fall in love with learning and reminds all of us why we do what we do. That's 8th grade English Language Arts teacher, Miss Ewing. She's our Spotlight on Engagement for October. As a former middle school and high school English Language Arts teacher, I gotta tell you, she is crazy talented, and I'm amazed every time I go in her room. Miss Ewing's classroom feels less like a room and more like an experience, and it's a place where literature comes alive, where stories jump off the page and students see themselves in every character and every moment. Her connection with students is genuine and lasting. Because of the relationship she's built, her students are deeply invested in their learning, eager to collaborate, open to feedback that helps them grow. Spend just 1 minute with her and your day instantly feels brighter, and it can turn your whole day around. Her positivity, passion, and energy are contagious. A couple of quotes from a couple people who work beside her. Miss Greathouse, KK constantly goes above and beyond for her students, cheering them on at games, celebrating their successes, and creating a classroom environment rooted in high expectations. She reflects our MFISD vision to love and inspire, making a lasting impact both in and out of the classroom. And Miss Wheeler, KK Ewing has a gentle heart and an amazing sense of humor that instantly connects her with her students. She creates a classroom environment where students feel valued, supported, and excited to learn. Her ability to build strong relationships while engaging students in meaningful ELA lessons makes her classroom a place where you want to be. We were so fortunate to have her once before, and even more thankful that she chose to return to us in the classroom this year, where she continues to inspire students and colleagues alike. Miss Ewing is our October Spotlight on Engagement.
Could we have the family, friends, supporters, Miss Ewing, stand up at this time? On a personal note, both of my children happen to be educated partially by Miss Ewing this year, so thank you very much. We appreciate you, and they would agree that you're a wonderful addition to their day, so thank you. And our final special recognition of the night, 7G, Patrick Hinson with College Board Recognition.
Turned out a little smaller than I thought, so I'll have to. That's my fault. We've got some special students here with us. One of the things every year we have the opportunity to take what's called the PSAT NMSQT test. It's for juniors and a few sophomores. I'll explain that just in a second. But our It's basically a pre-SAT, and then the NMSQT is a National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test for our juniors. And so they don't get the choice to take it, but they get the opportunity to take it, is the way I look at it. And we actually just gave it last week to our current juniors and a group of sophomores. These are the students that took it last year. So we just found out earlier this year that some of our kids won awards, and so I'm going to hand the mic off to them and let them introduce themselves and then what class year they are.
Hi, my name is Caroline Hewitt. I'm in 12th grade. Kennedy Dalton, also 12th grade.
Cooper Womack, also 12th grade.
Glenn Benton, also 12th grade.
Ines Ruiz, 11th grade.
Serena Wathen, 11th grade.
Kate Dykes, 12th grade. Elsa Vandervoort, 12th grade.
And you'll see that most of them were 12th graders because they, as juniors, all take it, and then we give it to the sophomores that want to take it and sign up. The only difference with the sophomores are when they take it, they're not eligible for the awards, for the scholarship awards. But each of these got either, and you can't really see it up there, but either a first generation recognition award or a school recognition award or rural and small town recognition award. And so this year we had 13 students. They weren't all able to make it tonight, and a total of, I think, 33 different awards that we were able to gain from those, which is great for them because they're able to kind of take that and put that on their college resumes and their college scholarship applications and be able to help them out with that. Plus, if they was to go to a site called Big Future, they can go and see a lot of things that they're eligible for as far as scholarship-wise and some of that stuff. And so just an opportunity for us to recognize some of the academics that we have here at the high school and the great work that they get to done. And then if we'll go to the next slide, we had one that stood out just a little bit over the others on her score, and Miss Caroline Hewitt, she was actually one of our commended, or the commended student award. We don't always get one of these. We've had one since I've been here, Tyler Hamlin a few years ago, and then Caroline was able to get it for us this year. And so she had to score, hundreds of thousands of kids take this test, maybe even 1 million across the state or across the United States. She scored in the top 30,000. And which is pretty awesome and pretty hard to do. So when she was looking at her PSAT scores on that, that's what set her above and beyond. And so College Board actually sent her a nice little certificate. And when I mean little, it's little, but it is a certificate. And so, but it was nice. It was personalized. And I pulled her into the office, and we were able to make a phone call to the parents that day and deliver some good news. She wasn't quite sure why she was coming to the principal's office, but it was for good news, and I always enjoy seeing that. And so we appreciate the work that she put in and the work that they all put in to be academic achievers that they are and how they represent us. And so we're looking forward to the group that just took their test last week. You saw a couple sophomores down there. It's not common, I guess you would say, to see sophomores win these awards. And so if you was to go and click on, I went and spent some time after we got the results, and then again today, just kind of click on their profiles, and they scored pretty high. And so I don't know how they did this year. I didn't give a chance to put any pressure on them because they took it last week, but hopefully we'll have them back with us again next year honoring some of the awards they have. So again, just wanted to get them in front of our district, in front of you guys as school board, and recognize them and thank them for the great job that they've done.
And while they are getting their picture taken, if you're a family or supporter of any of these students, would you stand up at this point? Thank you all for your hard work. I know standardized tests aren't everyone's favorite cup of tea, but way to stick with it and represent us well. This is a good opportunity for those who are looking to have an earlier evening to make a break for the door, or stick around for lots more fun. Up next, we have information items. Item 8, General Fund Summary A, B, Expenditure Report, C, Quarterly Investment Report, D, bilingual exceptions and ESL waivers, and E, special awareness dates. Any questions on any of those? Any comments from you tonight?
No special awareness dates in the month of October other than Principal Month.
All right. Thank you. And that's going to bring us to item 9, presentation, discussion items, and possible action. To start off this, we will have Ms. Lefflet for the 2025-2026 District Improvement Plan and Campus Improvement Plans.
Good evening. Marble Falls ISD Central Administration and Campus Administration have worked with staff and community members in a collaborative effort to operationalize the mission and vision of Marble Falls ISD in our district and campus improvement plans. For your reference, BQ Legal states that a board shall annually approve district and campus performance objectives and shall ensure that the district and campus plans, 1, are mutually supportive to accomplish the identified objectives, and 2, at a minimum, support the state goals and objectives under the Education Code Chapter 4. This evening, Mr. Puga and I will present an overview of the district and campus improvement plan process, as well as an overview of the district goals, and campus principals will also present their priority focus areas. In review, our school improvement process includes 4 phases: comprehensive needs assessment, which started back in April for the 25-26 school year, development and implementation of campus and district improvement plans, aligning campus supports, and progress monitoring and adjusting our plans along the way. As an introduction, we're much more efficient if we do not function running in different directions, but if we align ourselves and all focus on moving in the same direction with conversations of reflection and improvement along the way. This is why having a district set of goals is important. We all work towards the same goals and many of the same objectives. Remember GPS, I've shown you this before, goals and performance objectives, which you are required to approve by statute, and strategies we develop to achieve the goals and performance objectives. Our district and campus improvement plans have 5 goals. We'll review those goals at this time. Goal 1, Marble Falls ISD will develop leadership in such a way that increases academic and operational performance and improves staff morale. Goal 2, Marble Falls ISD will strengthen and further develop positive relationships with students, staff, parents, and the community. Goal 3, Marble Falls ISD will create and align academic and operational processes and systems in such a way that efficiency and user friendliness increases. Goal 4, Marble Falls ISD will plan and prepare for facilities, maintenance, and instructional programming in a manner that addresses future needs arising from aging facilities and enrollment growth. Goal 5, Marble Falls ISD will cultivate leadership and implement programs in a manner that develops the whole child. Mr. Puga will now share pre-K through 12 focus areas.
Under the umbrella of these 5 goals, we have a specific pre-K through 12 focus areas, and they are the following for the 25-26 school year. 1, we will use reliable and valid assessments. We will strengthen our communication and relationships with our initiatives for customer service and family and engagement. We will implement a guaranteed and viable curriculum for all our students. We provide early data-driven MTSS, or multi-tiered systems of support. We will also improve campus climate and decrease office referrals and proactive behavior through PBIS, or our positive behavior intervention systems. We will also continue our very successful TELPAS camps, which stands for Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment Systems. And of course, we will be on our way to implement our TEIA program, our Teacher Incentive Allotment Program. And across the board, we have a high urgency focus on Tier 1 instruction across the board. Again, pre-K through 12 focus areas.
At the secondary level, there are some commonalities across our secondary schools. One in particular is leaning in on math instruction, particularly Algebra 1, how to stretch our kids, really figuring out how we can increase parent engagement at secondary schools. I'm going to let, though, Mr. Henson, Mr. Gonzalez, and Mr. Fields talk a little bit more about their priority areas.
she stole a little bit of my thunder by saying some of the things that we are trying to focus on. Our overall scores went from 81 to 83, and just on the surface level, you would think that's great, and it is. I'm taking it. It's growth. It's growth in the right direction. I'd honestly planned for a little bit more growth than that, and so I was a little frustrated with some of the results of that, and trying to figure out how we can fix some of those things. Our CCMR data went up, and so our college, career, military readiness data went up, and we're going to continue to see that uptick in the next couple of years. Without boring you with all the details, that's a couple of years behind on that data when it gets reported, and so. But our EOC scores dipped a little bit, and so we're trying to embrace that. She mentioned one, which is Algebra 1. We're focusing on that a little bit, and kind of like the old coach in me, I'm going back to the basics and going back to the fundamentals and trying to understand exactly what our kids know and how we can not get all fancy with it. We just need to make sure they understand and know the material, and so we're getting back to the basics on some of our resources and focusing on some of the things that we may not have been using in the past that I think are tried and true, so we're going to work on that. The second thing was engagement. Continually trying to engage our parents. I think as kids get older, parents tend to get less and less involved. Now, when they're there, when we need them to be there, they're there. Like if we ask for things, they absolutely show up. But as elementaries, you get a ton of parents showing up, dropping kids off, walking them in, coming out to lunches and things like that for them. As middle school gets a little less, and by the time they get to high school, they're just happy if they're getting to school sometimes, I think. And so we're trying to engage them in a different way. We're going to continue our monthly meetings, first Wednesday of the month, try to engage those. But we also created a principals advisory group this year, and so we've met. We're actually meeting our second time, really one second and a half time. We met a little bit after the pep rally the other day talking about an opportunity, but we're going to have our second official meeting this Wednesday, and so engaging them on just a different level to kind of help, and they all had to apply, and I chose 40 of the applicants to be a part of that committee, and it's been good. The first meeting went really well, and got some good feedback from a good cross feature of that. And so trying to have our parent and our student voice be a little bit more heard in the things that we're doing for our campus and for our outreach on some of those things. We also and the last thing I'll tell you about is our attendance isn't terrible. I'd say our tardies are a little bit hard to deal with on a daily basis. We don't just try to teach our kids to understand math, science, social studies, all that stuff in a field. We also want them to understand what it means to be a responsible adult, and part of that is being on time. And so, and just being at school or being at work, because sometimes kids see our school sometimes as work, and that's not necessarily a bad thing all the time. But we took a page out of athletics, and we did some home visits this summer with some of our higher needs kids in terms of what that looked like, and trying to engage those families and those kids on a different level and try to embrace them and see what we could do to help. And we'll see how the turnaround is. I'm going to look at some data here in the next couple weeks and see if that's helped. But I feel like it has. Our attendance has been up, and our tardies have been pretty steady in the sense of what that looks like. So with those things in mind, there's still a lot more in that CIP if you wanted to look at it, but that's kind of our focus areas.
I promise Mr. Henson and I did not get together and do this together, but a lot of the things he just mentioned our focus is our focus as well. Increasing our academics performance. We did decent as well this year overall, but we do struggle in the area of retesters. Our situation is unique at Falls. The majority of our testers are what we call retesters, meaning they have completed or attempted the test at least one, maybe two times before they come to us. And so we struggle with our scores as well, and that's always a focus, and it probably always will be in our situation a focus to increase the level of our passers that we have with our retest. Our U.S. history scores do pretty good. That's usually our first-time testers when your juniors coming into Falls. But our Algebra, English 1, English 2 will be our focus this year. Our schedule this year, it falls in our favor. We're going to be able to be creative with the end of our day. So we will be able to have some targeted instruction for those retesters. Hopefully. That's our plan. The second one, the CCMR, same thing. By the way, both those are under Gold 1. One of them is as Performance Objective 2. Actually, they're both our Performance Objective 2. The other one is CCMR, again, with accountability. We benefit a lot from what Henson is doing from the high school. Because if we can look at students who are coming already into Falls and they already meet that criteria, it does benefit us. We do use College Bridge, to our advantage with Falls, with our students to get that CCMR credit. A big one for us is the engagement piece as well. We have made it a very specific, task, to have an engagement opportunity at least monthly with our families. Just like Patrick said, you see huge engagement with elementary kids, and it starts to fall off by the time they get to the secondary high school levels. And I will say for our campus, almost non-existent a few years ago. And so we are just on the ground level. We did a breakfast with grandparents the first month. We did a donuts with grown-ups a few weeks ago. We have the traditional open houses. We actually extend. We do 2 open houses, and we'll do another one in the spring as well, just because we have such a turnover in our students, new families. A big one, we're doing the Hispanic Heritage celebration. We reached out to Mr. Puga a few years ago to be a part of that. Our Thanksgiving dinner that we're going to do this year, we're going to model-ish, if you will, the elementary campuses, and invite parents up for lunch with us. So we will see how that goes. We have a big blowout already for Thanksgiving, just with our staff and our students. Our hope again is to extend the invitation to parents. So the engagement, the family engagement, not on our CIP. So those are the 3 areas of our CIP that we're going to focus. One that's not, and I'll be very, very brief, is we also run the DAEP, as you guys all know, is to be really focused on decreasing suspensions in EPIC, just to see how that looks. I actually talked to Dr. Gatsway about this. And I'm gonna have Ms. Tennyson run some numbers just to see where we were a few years ago and just kind of keep track. Just look at different options, more restorative practices, more targeted focus on our specific pullout groups. Not necessarily connected to the fall CIP, but it's still on our campus. So those are the things. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I have it scripted because I was told I can talk a lot. So, first and foremost, just our scores weren't where they needed to be. I think it was with growth and then closing the gap. So that's going to be our area of focus. So for this year, our focus is intentional growth, ensuring that every system we have in place works together to meet the needs of every student. First, we are strengthening our MTSS process. Our goal is to make early intervention more effective and consistent all across every classroom by using data to identify academic and behavioral needs early so we can provide targeted support in the classrooms and support teachers, whether that's enrichment, reteach opportunities, or behavior interventions before students begin to fall behind. Second, we are deepening our commitment to sheltered instruction. I think when you look at our data, you can see that that's kind of where a lot of our kids are missing. So with our growing number of emergent bilinguals in the district and on our campus, it's essential that every classroom is a language-rich environment. Through professional learning and coaching, we're hoping and helping our teachers to integrate strategies to make content more accessible, build academic vocabulary, and encourage meaningful student conversation. Just a shout out to Dr. Garcia for his continued support and assistance to us. He has been very proactive with us on campus and helping us through that. And then finally, we are continuing to grow our PBIS systems to recognize and celebrate positive behaviors. It's been a 3-year process, and I think we're kind of getting where we want it to be. We built multiple layers of incentives and recognitions to reinforce our campus values of respect, responsibility, and safety so that students see their efforts acknowledged both in and out of the classroom. So together, these systems, MTSS, sheltered instruction, and PBIS, create a foundation where all our students are known, supported, and challenged to reach their full potential. Our mission is simple: strong instruction, strong relationships, and strong systems that make Marble Falls Middle School the best place for our students to learn and grow. Thank you for your support.
Now to focus area specifically for elementary schools. For our elementary schools, we're looking at aligned unit planning through common PLC sessions, Tier 1 instruction, a focus on Tier 1 instruction across all content areas, sheltered instruction for all special populations, implementing both academic and behavioral interventions, and building capacity of all our campus staff. Next, we're going to have Ms. Fletcher, Ms. Neuenschwander, Ms. Gassaway, and Ms. Brantley present their specific focus areas for their campuses.
And you'll see similar threads throughout mine. All right, so our theme this year is Every Degree Counts and Every Student Matters to continue our 212 motto. And so our campus improvement plan reflects that. And so I'm super proud of our TEA accountability going from 72 to 84. It represents tremendous growth, but we also know there's a lot of work ahead of us. And so particularly in raising overall achievement and supporting those targeted subpopulations. And so academically, we built a campus-wide data wall to track real-time progress using STAR, MAP, CBA data. Students and teachers set individual goals. We're monitoring them through conferences. We celebrate every degree of progress in categories like approaches, meets, and masters. To reinforce growth, we host those movement days with teachers, and they're physically moving the cards to where they belong after each assessment, which is a visual celebration of progress or a reminder of what we're going to adjust and keep moving forward with. We've implemented intentional, flexible small groups in reading and math during both core instruction and WIN time, which is intervention time for every single student. These target specific needs for all learners, paying careful attention to our emergent bilingual population, special education population, and GT population as target groups. These will ensure differentiated practice aligned to each child's RIT goals based off of MAP and TEKS mastery. Our PLCs will continue to prioritize student-centered planning with unit planning, with embedding critical thinking, focus on grade-level rigorous instruction, the use of high-quality instructional materials, and always keeping at the forefront listening, speaking, reading, and writing across all content areas. We've aligned our campus commitments for what Tier 1 instruction means and what small group instruction means. We embed daily number talks and writing prompts during announcements, and we will continue our author study throughout the school year. To promote ownership, students will lead their own conferences, sharing academic and behavior growth with families, using updated student profiles, and even sending home letters to their families prior to open house. Culturally, our PBIS system is still our 212 strong spots. We will continue to recognize students for responsibility, kindness, and effort. We continue restorative practices like Peace Pass, circles, SEL check-ins, and we've seen an increase in positive referrals and a decrease in negative ones. We're already down 50 negative office referrals from last year at this time. Family and community partnership remains central to our work. We will host at least one community event each semester, including student-led conferences, multicultural night, and English learner population. We will have EB night once a semester, where we embed those TELPAS instructional practices for their families. We will continue to collect feedback through parent surveys. One will go out early November and again in the spring. These surveys help us understand areas for improvement while celebrating our successes with our staff. We also will host coffee and conversations with families and admin, PTO events, STEAM Day, multicultural night, and weekly communication to our families so they all stay connected. We have a new watchdog program that's been tremendously successful, and it's enhancing both safety and school culture, and our negative referrals are down on Fridays since implementation of watchdogs. We created Chihuly chandeliers with our creative Miss Tinker, both by students and then families again at open house, and those are beautifully hung up in our school. And they symbolize that every piece matters in creating something extraordinary. And so with our intentionally layered plan, every degree of effort moves every student forward. Thank you for your continued support as we strive to where every student matters.
I'm Susie and principal at Highland Lakes, and so just want to say thanks for having us tonight. Last year we stood here and the first thing we talked about Pura Vida and radiating positivity as our school theme. This year we've taken it a step further and made it bigger and bolder, and we took that and we're going to radiate into synergy, and that means that we're coming together as one so that we can be the strongest we can be for every kid to reach their fullest potential. So just a glimpse into our campus. I'm not going to go too far into it, but to serving as far as our campus snapshot. We're down to 454 students this year at the beginning of the year. We've grown down to 469 and are working with our community on grabbing and gaining more and more students. Our demographics, If you were to look at them on paper, they're a vibrant diversity of our community. 90.4% of our students are identified as economically disadvantaged. 60% bilingual in ESL and 19% receiving special education services. I am so proud of our team for being able to look at those and those numbers and see that as potential. We have the best kids, the best families. They want to show up, they want to learn, and our teachers want the best for our kids every single day. And we have more positive office referrals than we do negative. So that's always a great. While those, as far as staffing, I think that has a big contribution in what we really focused on from last year going into our new year. We're proud to say that we have one more teacher joining us coming soon, but after that, we will be fully staffed with certified teachers. We have a couple in their last year of their internship in which they need that year. They've taken their test, and then they will be fully certified. And that comes with some perks there because that program also provides some first-year mentoring and coaching alongside, and they are very responsive and work with us as well. Family engagement has also been another success and a huge story. So last year at the beginning of the year, we literally had about a handful of parents coming to our events, and then we went to, by the end of the year, hundreds. This year, we're breaking even more records at Open House, and we continue to grow and grow with our PTO as well. So we are growing, and we are super excited. We've done a lot to bring in all of our families and have interest in all grade levels when we come to our family events, and that's really done amazing. We've also partnered in to have different grants in the spring. We have STEM, the mobile lab, coming, and so that's a huge success, and kids are already excited about it. As far as the goals this year, we are focusing on 3 main goals, and that's engaging student learning, accountability with PBIS, and our culture. So academically, we made tremendous growth last year. Our student achievement was at 54. Student academic growth domain increased from 59 to 69, and our closing the gaps domain rose from 62 to 70. However, that put us at a 69, in which we've all lost a lot of sleep over instead of a 70. So we are working really hard to get 11 points and really aiming to take our kids where they can be and reach their potential. So in a matter of 2 years, that would take us from an F to a B. So that's our goal. Last year previous years we had 0 students exit out of TELPAS. Last year we celebrated 14 students exiting. And this is all due to the hard work that teachers come in, the TELPAS camps that you heard about, map data and doing data-driven small groups using RIT scores, similar to COLD. So this year we want to continue that progression and make sure that every child's reaching their fullest potential. So the next was accountability with PBIS. And it centers on our positive behavior support system. Implementing this in the past year, we implemented parts and pieces, but it was like we got one part working and then the other would kind of fall. So this year we're really working on implementing it all with fidelity, both in the classroom, so kids are receiving recognition by them individually, we have class, and then we have campus. And we are one class away from everybody representing their campus in our cafeterias. So we're super proud of that. We call it our Mustang milestones. And so in September, we celebrated 56 positive referrals, and we are celebrating 182 more coming up. And since then, it puts us at a total of 247. This is a testament not only to just positive office referrals, but it's a testament to buy-in when you look at it. Buy-in from our team and how we're growing and how we want to keep growing. Goal 3, culture, which is truly the heart of our school. We focused a lot on strengthening relationships through visibility, teamwork, and respect. And so our teachers and staff, they continue to model collaboration and positivity. Our PLCs, they work together, they talk, they have hard conversations, and it's okay because we move forward together as a team. We're intentionally celebrating both small and large successes through staff recognition, student shout-outs, classroom celebrations. We're also supporting teachers and instructional aides with ongoing mentoring and professional learning. All of our paras receive an hour of training every Friday so they know exactly what they're doing when they go into the classroom and who they should be serving, and along with the others. They've worked really hard, and we are super proud of them. Also, behind all this commitment to our operational excellence, we've used high quality district adopted materials, making sure that the teachers understand how to use every component effectively and what our resources provide us. Our admin is providing some push and coaching as far as we call it a pop-in form, so we're not just doing t-tests and feeling like observing and getting the reactive. So we're providing small, when we see those things that we're intentionally looking for, we give quick feedback and it goes straight to them immediately, so that they're getting that feedback. So we get the positive and the proactive piece. So just synergy isn't just a theme. It's who we are, and we are all moving in the same direction, and we feel super good about it together. Doesn't make it easy every day, but we say to our kids, hey, if you feel your brain stretching and struggling, that means it's growing, and we take that together. So everything we do comes back to 3 goals, and we have them posted everywhere: engaging student learning, accountability, and culture. And so when we stay aligned, we know that we are going to grow together with one team, one mission, and excellence for every child every single day. And we just wanted to send you off with something small but meaningful. So we have a Synergy, it's a small bookmark, and a sticker because we're elementary. Just a reminder that even little waves can create a big change, and that's what we talk about every single day. Did you learn something new today? Just one thing today. And then it starts to add more. So we can create big change, especially when we move the same direction. So thank y'all as a board for supporting us. Thank you, Dr. Gasway, and everybody for supporting us move that same wave, and that wave is going to be a tidal wave soon.
Y'all have known me long enough now to know I have no speech. My goal is to be the quickest one. So, no stickers. You get nothing from me, Mr. Nauman, except a whole lot of tired. That's what I feel right now. I feel like everyone could get up here and basically just say ditto. We're all kind of working on really strengthening that Tier 1 instruction. Marble Falls Elementary, their scores over the last several years have continued to fall. I mean, I'll just be honest. There's no getting around that. You look at the numbers, and that's what's happened. So our main goal this year is to try to make things as student-centered as possible, get instruction engaging so students want to learn, do some discovery learning. I've talked a lot with teachers about just handing kids something and saying, hey, with the knowledge you already have, with the things you already know, what do you think you could do with this? Or how do you think you could solve this problem? And it's okay if they're wrong. Like so many people have said, the learning's in the struggle. Let them struggle through it. It's okay. We need them to think and get through that. We've tried really hard being a new admin team altogether to get in classrooms a lot. We already have done 2 walkthroughs on everyone, and we've done about 22 full observations so that we can have those in-depth conversations with our teachers about where they can grow and how they can move to the left on that t-test, because if they're moving to the left and they're getting higher scores on their t-test, that means our kids are doing well. They're being engaged and they're learning things. So through that, implementing small groups, like so many others have said, Dr. Garcia has agreed to come to Marble Falls Elementary this year to do his language camps, which we didn't have that last year there, so I'm really excited about that. We have some regression in a couple of our grade levels. We're stopping the bleed. We're going to stop some of that regression. That's one of our biggest goals. And to take on all of our students as our students. There's no, like, one of our lowest things that got us has gotten us kind of falling behind is our special education students. And part of that has been that, sometimes it's easy to say, well, they go to them for this class or whatever. They're all ours, and we're embracing that this year. And as far as parent engagement, we're going to start something different. We are going to do a literacy night this semester, and we're going to do a math night next semester. So trying to get families involved, but not just for fun things like our trunk or treat, but also for academics and sending them home with things that parents can help them do at home. So thanks for your support. I'm done.
Hello, Tiffany Brantley, new kid on the block, and the last one to go. So you're going to hear a lot of similar themes that everybody has said so far, but in particular, Kara. Kara and I work so closely together. We have a lot of the same themes, and a lot of it is through discovery. So this year, our theme was Ignite the Brain. We broke it up quarterly, but a lot of it was growth mindset and kind of the emotions that go with the brain. Which went with a lot of our CIP goals of like restorative practices. And then just the nutrition and the physical part about just getting our brain ready to go. And through this discovery, which is the same thing Mrs. Gassaway said, we had an 81 to 86 growth on our TEA numbers this year. A lot of that was in closing the gaps. And so we did a really good job last year of finding how to close the gaps, in particular with our EB kids and through the TELPAS camps, which were phenomenal, and I cannot wait to do year 2 with Pedro. And also with our special education kiddos. We've continued to take what we've done the past couple of years, because we're obviously seeing some growth in that area, and then just continuing that. We've added some CIP goals with making sure that we're really being intentional with bridging our special education teachers with our general education teachers and making sure those conversations are always happening. So that's a layer we added to help continue with that gap filling. Where we lost a little ground was in student achievement. And so we're really also have the tier 1 focus, but we're really trying to figure out how to get our meets and masters to grow and not regress. And so a lot of that is through the same thing. It's through discovery. It's through hands-on engagement. It's explaining the why in everything you're doing. It's through writing, through all curriculum. It's just making sure that kids are doing think, pair, shares, and talking and having lots and lots of discourse. And so all of these things are built within our CIP for all tier 1 kids, but obviously it's gonna really intentionally help our meets and masters kids as well. Another area for us is through our parent survey is one of our lower areas was our scores were really good, but our lower areas was in communication, especially with two-way communication. And so being a new principal, I did a lot of surveys both to staff and to parents, just asking what more they wanted. And so I've started something called Spill the Tea with Brantley. I know, super dorky, but it's been really great because I've been taking topics that I always hear parents bring and like kind of general themes, and I'm videotaping it, and so that the parents who can't come, I push it out as something that they can watch later, and I take questions afterwards, and so we talk about topics. It's quarterly, and then I'm taking feedback from that. Other things we're doing is just talking about how that two-way communication happens between the general ed teachers and the parents, and making sure that I help bridge those relationships. I think that's my biggest job, is to make sure that that is there and that they have that awesome bond. And so I'm really big and making sure that happens. And then with our building capacity, I'm new, but really making sure the way our teams were set up this year is that we have a lot of veterans with some new. And so I was very intentional in how I set that up and making sure that we're building capacity and giving a lot of our veterans voice and professional development opportunities for them to be the ones teaching and PLCs and faculty meetings and vertically. And then our people that are new kids on the blocks are learning, and they're just learning through learning walks, and they're learning through their peers. And that's the best way kids learn, and that's how we learn best as adults too. Our last thing is with our engagement. We too, one of my favorite things that we have at SpiceBud is we've always been very engaging with our parents, making sure that the activities we plan are putting ideas and activities into parents' minds that they can take home and that they can simply just put in at the dining room table, or something they can do, games. And so we've switched ours this year because we have the Science Mill coming to do Math Universe with us in November. And so we're going to do brain to go with our theme, and math and science in November. And then we have our literacy that'll be February. But we have something pretty much every month where parents are on campus, and we're super excited about what we're doing. So thank you very much.
Don't mind if we give all the principals a hand. They did a great job. Really appreciate all the work they did to prepare to give you all a little bit of an overview. So what are our next steps in this process? We'll continue to seek feedback from stakeholders on strategies in each plan. We continue to monitor accountability information as it comes out from the Texas Education Agency. They're rebuilding what some of the school interventions look like. So as they roll it out, some of it's the same as in the past, and some of it's new to all of us, which would be us, TEA staff, region staff, all of us. At the November Board of Trustees meeting, we'll ask for you to approve the goals and performance objectives in the district and campus plans. Please know that we have 4 schools who are in need of improvement plans according to the Texas Education Agency. These plans have specific requirements from the Texas Education Agency and must be approved by the local Board of Trustees by March 31st, 2026. We're currently working on these plans. Our intent is to bring these plans for first read in January, possible approval in February. We work alongside E3 Alliance on 3 of these plans. One last thing to remember is that this is our plans are a work in progress. We're not going to make somebody stick with something if it's not working. We're going to abandon it at a certain point in the year if it's not working. Also, sometimes in addition to tweaks, we may decide, a principal might decide, hey, I think I'm going to try to tackle this and add this on to make some immediate improvement. We will review progress. I know that says November. It is in November. We'll give you a little bit of update in November as we approve the plans. February, April, and June. At those same times is when you'll also hear about House Bill 3 goals, which we will get to pretty soon. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, and thank you to all the principals. It's great getting to hear a little bit of what's in your mind and on your hearts, and just see a little bit of what your specific campus needs and progress is. I know it's an extra thing to do, but we appreciate it, so thank you for that. And this will be coming back to us next month. Up next is 9B, 2025-2026 Professional Learning Plan. Ms. Lefflin.
Yes, sir. Tonight is the statute night. You get to have all the legally required presentations from me. Tonight I'll provide an overview of our professional learning plan for the 25-26 school year, as well as review some legal requirements in regards to professional learning. At the November Board of Trustees meeting, administration will recommend approval of the 25-26 MFISD Professional Development Plan. In the 87th Legislature, Senate Bill 1267 required the board to annually review the State Board for Educator Certification Clearinghouse regarding best practices and industry recommendations for professional development. For reference, this is the TEA Clearinghouse page. You have received the Clearinghouse on a separate attached document. It's part of that big, huge document that I gave you. In addition, 2 years ago, you were required to adopt a local policy, DMA Local, which includes that you annually approve the district's professional development plan, which must be guided by the Clearinghouse, note any differences from the Clearinghouse recommendations, and include a schedule of required professional development. We do not have to turn in a report to TEA, but we do need to keep everything locally in case if they choose to audit us, which they seem to pick us quite a bit. The Clearinghouse that you received includes various resources and requirements we need to follow as a school system in regards to professional development. Here's the first page of the Clearinghouse. You can see it shows the requirements, statutory provisions, links to required trainings, required personnel, and recommended or required frequency for suicide prevention training. The same format is followed on the subsequent pages. This one is strategies for establishing and maintaining positive relationships among students, including conflict resolution, preventing, identifying, responding to, and reporting incidents of bullying, safety training program, sexual abuse, sex trafficking, and other maltreatment of children, trauma and informed care, administration of the epinephrine autoinjector. We deliver the required trainings through a variety of ways, EduHero through Google videos and face-to-face. Some trainings we deliver to staff more than once. For instance, sexual harassment training is on EduHero. Seizure training is on the school health trainings on Google, but self-harm suicide training is delivered in person. However, child maltreatment is of utmost importance for staff to understand how to identify and report, what to do and what not to do. We have staff take an EduHero course over child maltreatment, and in addition, our school counselors deliver training in person, face-to-face. The same with food allergies and epinephrine. Not only do staff watch a short video in the student health trainings, but then the nurses give a demonstration in a faculty meeting before school starts, and all staff must come by the clinic to demonstrate they know how to administer an EpiPen if needed. Your separate attachment that you have, it includes a chart in there that explains how we do each one of these in Marble Falls ISD. Please know that this clearinghouse list is not an exhaustive list of all required PD for school staff. We must also refer to the TASB School District training chart for additional requirements. This is over 150 pages. The state uses the term professional development. We use the term professional learning. All staff is learning. We're a learning organization. We want to emphasize learning more than the word development. We're proud of our professional learning in Marble Falls ISD. We work to build a professional learning program, and many of our staff attend more professional learning events over the summer than they are required to do so. They really go the extra mile. Again, we're a learning organization. In order to foster learning in students, we must foster learning in our staff. We strive for our professional programming not to look like this, but to look like this. You saw these slides a second ago. We're all working towards the same goals. However, we personalize the learning that each staff member receives to help us reach our goals, with the end goal of excellent instruction every day in every class for every student everywhere. We solicit feedback regarding professional learning in many ways. We review student data, collect feedback from all levels of staff, and discuss professional learning implications in every teacher committee that we have. Again, a goal is that we are all learning. We provide staff opportunities in many ways to attend professional learning in the summer and during the school year. Our choices were not as extensive in the summer of 2025 as in the past because we narrowed down on targeted, focused, and aligned professional learning in agreement with all the campus principals. All teachers were required to have 3 days of professional learning in the summer of 25. Staff came back from all of the above with high quality, engaging ideas on how to improve student learning. Day 1 is required of everyone and consisted of required EduHero training and the required student health compliance trainings, which we also follow up with faculty at back-to-school training, like I explained with the nurses. Day 2 requirements consisted of a menu of choices that were focused on RDA areas of improvement: autism, behavior, CHAMPS, lead forward flexible grouping and targeted practices, sheltered instruction, building resilience in students, as well as thinking maps. Teachers had a choice of which one to attend. For day 3, staff had a choice of what they attended. We had guest consultants with full sessions: Kathy Clapsaddle from Lead Forward, Angela Eisenberg from Region 13, and Brandy Simpson from the Math Supervisors Association of Texas. In addition, we had talented staff from Marble Falls ISD conduct fully packed sessions: Dr. Pedro Garcia, Dr. Shanna Bunch-Fancher, Christina Deloach, and Mindy Cox, Brandon Belk, and Carrie Orts, to name a few. Without these awesome people, we would not have been able to serve all of our staff successfully over the summer. We had a variety of face-to-face and virtual options for staff from Region 13, as well as staff could sign up to take virtual courses from some of the top quality Lead Forward staff. We also offered several conferences for teachers to attend again. We continued to have the start of school required professional learning. In addition, we had several events to build administrator capacity, with more scheduled to come throughout the school year. New teacher professional learning provided much needed time for new staff to get settled in and continues throughout the school year for our first year teachers. And our August contract days before school started included convocation and the teacher conference. During the year, professional learning has many layers to it. We have district professional learning days on October 27th, January 5th, and February 2nd, where teachers have half their day for planning with teams across the district. Zero-Year Teacher Academy, facilitated by Mr. Puga and others, quarterly in order to provide additional support to brand new professional staff. And we continue to build teacher leader learning. 2 new ways this year are through the item review committees for our curriculum-based assessments and through Strong Foundations literacy team. You can find additional learning opportunities at the district and campus level around every corner. In fact, on Saturday, November 1st, Dr. Garcia will be doing a sheltered instruction training for staff interested in attending. In case you're wondering, we are already looking towards the future. Due to various things we're involved in, we already have much of next year already in the planning stages, and once we receive additional information from Texas Strategic Leadership, we'll be able to go deeper in our planning. What are our next steps? At the November Board of Trustees meeting, possible approval of the professional learning plan, and we continue to map out not just 26, 27, but the next 3 years. Are there any questions?
Questions, comments? Thank you. And this will be coming back to us in November as well. Up next, we have 9C, HB3 Early Childhood and CCMR Goals. Ms. Leffler and Mr. Puga.
Yes, sir. Under House Bill 3, school boards are required to adopt goals in early childhood literacy and math, as well as college, career, and military readiness, CCMR. Each goal needs to contain a baseline, which is our current state, a target, which is the future state, and a population, which students will be impacted, as well as a deadline. So the month and year by when we will go from where we are today to what our goal is. Annual targets must be included for each goal in addition to 5-year deadline targets. It's important to note that as we close in on our goal, we actually keep moving we move the target higher. We don't leave the target low. As we approach, we move it higher. Tonight, Mr. Puga and I will conduct the legally required annual review of the goals. Mr. Puga coordinates the early childhood literacy and math goals, and I coordinate the college, career, and military readiness goals. This is first read. Following second read and possible board approval of the goals at the November meeting, we will post the information on the district website. We'll start with college, career, and military readiness, CCMR goals. We're required to have annual goals for aggregate student growth on CCMR readiness indicators evaluated under the student achievement domain, as well as have annual goals in each student group evaluated under the closing the gaps domain, with groups of kids where we have 25 or more. House Bill 3 offers the opportunity to receive outcomes bonuses for students demonstrating college, career, and military readiness. The goals for CCMR, they should reflect multiple opportunities for students to demonstrate CCMR, and keep in mind the requirement for House Bill 3 outcomes bonus requires students to continue into post-secondary and the military. Our 2025 percentage of graduates that met criteria for CCMR was 89%. Our goal is that by 2029, we will have 98% of our students meeting CCMR. We have made huge gains in this area in the last 2 years, and with the leadership of Mr. Henson, as well as the implementation of early college high school and the growth in CTE programming, we expect this number to increase. How will we do this? There are 3 indicators. The percent of students earning industry-based certifications. Currently, we're at 64%, and our goal by 2029 is 80%. The percent of students earning college credit for AP courses, dual credit, and dual enrollment. Currently, we are at 41%, and right now we set a goal by 2029 at 60%. With the implementation of early college high school, this could go higher. We just need to see as we're coming through. And third, the percent of students that will meet TSI criteria in both ELA and math. Currently, we're at 52%, and our goal by 2029 is 70%. That would mean kids that meet it in both. Right now, we have a lot of kids that meet in one and not the other. Next, Mr. Puga will review the early literacy and math goals.
We'll now continue with our early childhood and literacy math goals. In early childhood plan, we are also required to have annual goals to aggregate student growth data in 3rd grade math, reading for STAR. These annual goals are for students in each group evaluated under the closing gaps domain, which are in groups of 25 or more students. Our early childhood literacy goal is that by 2029, 55% of 3rd grade students are at meets or above on STAR, increasing from our 2025 goal of 28%. Again, each goal needs to contain a baseline, as Ms. Lefflet mentioned, for current state, a target of future state, a population in which students will be impacted, and then the deadline month here by when the current state will equal that in the future. Our early childhood math goal is that by 2029, 58% of third grade students are at meets or above on STAR, increasing from our 2025 goal of 37%. As mentioned before, annual targets must be included for each goal in addition to the 5-year deadline target. This applies to both literacy and math, and it's also important to note again that as we get closer to our goal, we have moved the deadline target higher. So it continues to move as we move forward. We'll continue to progress monitor on both CCMR and early childhood state requirements of the goals for reporting, again for second read in November, and then progress monitoring in February and in June. Thank you. Unless you have any questions.
Any questions?
On those tracking numbers, do we have trend data yet, or is this the first? Like the those percentages, can we see what we had last year?
Yes, so those numbers are what we had last year based on what we crunched right now. Taper that comes out in December, January may show slightly different, but we can give you trend data from the last several years if you would like to see.
Just curious, but
Yes.
not a huge deal.
That's not a problem at all. We can get that for you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I think that certainly would be good to see. It's great to show what we want to do.
Yes, sir.
But showing where we're coming also is helpful.
We can do that.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Are you telling me we have no African American students? We have no 2 or more races, Asian or Pacific Islanders?
We don't have 25 or more within those groups and within our district. So these are the student groups that the state says we have to focus on.
Is it per grade level or district-wide?
So for this one, it is 3rd grade.
Okay.
So in 3rd grade, we don't have 25 or more students within there. And so that's why.
How do they define 2 or more races? Because I feel like that covers like 90% of us.
Actually.
Whatever they fill out? Yeah. Okay.
It's based on what they fill out, and there's always a lot of confusion around that.
Okay,
And so
okay.
I think our number is way lower than what it should be, just based on it's always very nebulous, I guess, and has been, I think, my entire time in administration, where that number seems to be so much lower than what we actually have.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? And this will be back in November as well. So thank you very much. Thanks for putting all the work into all those reports. I know that's a lot of data for a lot of people there. Up next is 9D. Mr. Whittle, possible purchase of maintenance vehicles.
All right, good evening, board. Before you are 3 proposals. From our maintenance department, if you'll recall, the 2025 bond, we committed $300,000 towards maintenance vehicles in particular. And so if you'll recall, back in September, the board approved one of those service trucks for our maintenance fleet. And so tonight, we have 3 more vehicles, and we believe that this would make us whole in regard to maintenance vehicles. So all of these, there's 2 that are for F-250s. These are particularly service body vehicles that have the compartments on the side for storage and or extended cab. And then we have one Ford F-150 before you tonight. So these the 2 service body vehicles, these are going to replace M17 and M21. M17 is a 2012 Ford F-250 pickup truck, and M21 is a 2015 Ford pickup truck as well. They are not service body style trucks. Our current staff are just using pickup trucks for that work. Both of those, M17 and M21, have high mileage and ongoing mechanical issues. I've had some issues with transmission, some HVAC failure in those older trucks. So the proposed service body utility trucks, these provide significant upgrades, include expanded toolbox, equipment storage, specialized service features that improve just our overall job site efficiency and reduce the need for additional support vehicles. Each of these trucks will include, like I said, service body, a ladder rack, extended cab. This is increased storage capacity. It helps protect tools from the weather and materials and such. So we did receive 3 competitive bids, 1 local bid, and then 2 outside of Marble Falls. The Johnson Sewell bid came in at $63,757 per truck. Important to note that those were single cab. That was for a single cab truck, and they were not currently in stock. Chuck Nash, we reached out to them. Their bid came in at $62,013. And then the ones that we're proposing tonight, they're from Mac Hayek in Georgetown. They're in stock, and they were the lowest bid at $60,206.75 per truck. Those are extended cabs. Those are in stock, and we'll be able to get those soon, if approved. Mac Hayek, again, they were the lowest bid. And then as far as the Ford let me back up. So that $60,206, that was the exact proposal for both. One of them is a 2026 model. The other one's a 2025. Both the 26 and 25 models came in at $60,206.75. So that's a total there of $120,413.50. And then also we're proposing a Ford F-150 pickup truck, just a regular pickup truck. This F-150 will allow the district to decommission M11, which is a 2008 Ford pickup, which is it's an older truck, one of our oldest ones. It's not in the best condition. This will also allow us to return a big dually truck, which is M33, back to the maintenance fleet where they can use that to pull larger equipment, trailers on a regular basis. Right now, that dually pickup truck is for another purpose, and so really to get that back to our general maintenance will help us tremendously. I gave you the wrong cost on that on what you see on your board summary sheet. I think I originally put $48,080. It's actually less than that. So $43,671.75 when you take away our savings with tax-free, tax-exempt. Again, the F-150 is $43,671.75. That one is also at Mac Hayek in Georgetown, so we could get all 3 at the same time. So again, just to summarize our total budget, this is all purchased from 2025 bond. We had committed $300,000 total. Last month we bought one for $64,525. Which left us a remaining budget of $235,474. If everything gets approved tonight and all 3, we would have a remaining balance of $71,389. And after talking with Eric and his team, he feels like that this will make us whole. We do not need an additional, and so 4 total instead of 5. We had really estimated 5, but repurposing M33, reshifting some things around, efficiency of the department, he feels like he's done a really good job of keeping us under budget on the different items, and this is another way that we can save there as well and still take care of our staff. At this time, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the board?
Thank you, sir.
I presume this would be useful since they're in stock to try and get it purchased, approved
Absolutely.
tonight. A motion if anyone is interested.
So we have a change, since I gave you guys the wrong number, so I do have an administrative recommendation.
That would be great.
I move that the board approve $120,413.50 to Mac Hayek Ford for the purchase of 1 2025 and 1 2026 F-250 utility trucks and $43,671.75 to Mac Hayek Ford for the purchase of 1 2025 F-150.
So moved. Oh my goodness. I have no idea who said that. I think Mr. Riddell got that. Motion by Mr. Riddell. Second by Ms. Too Big. All right. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimous. We're going to take just a real quick 5-minute break right now and then come back to the next item.
It's good.
Yeah, he increased his, his slider and made it.
It's great.
returned from break at 7:41. Up next, we have 9E. Mr. Whittle, possible purchase of compact excavator.
All right, tonight I'm presenting a request for the purchase of a compact excavator, also for our maintenance department, funded fully through the 2025 bond. The original committed price is $120,000, originally for a backhoe. You may ask, what is a backhoe? A backhoe, these are bigger equipment. They're better for tasks that require both digging and loading, and can often be driven on roads, making them versatile for spread out sites. Compact excavators, however, are smaller, compact. They offer 360-degree swings. These are primarily for precision with digging, which makes them ideal for jobs focused solely on excavation. We just talked with Eric. Eric, he's looked at all of his inventory and said, you know what, we really don't need a backhoe. We thought we did, we planned for it, but you know what, we think better use of our money is a compact excavator. Number one, it's lighter, we can haul it better, whereas a backhoe, it'd be difficult to take it out to Spicewood and to Highland Lakes. And so just really feel like it's a better use of our money, and so that's what we're presenting for your possible approval tonight. Currently, the district does not have equipment or personnel with a CDL license in our maintenance department to transport. Also, for the size of a backhoe, you'd have to have a CDL to transport it. We just feel like this makes a more practical and cost-efficient solution for our ongoing maintenance needs. So again, this proposal in front of you, this is local. This is from Kubota. We have purchased several items through Kubota and have found them to meet our needs, and they've done a tremendous job, and we've really been pleased with the vehicles and equipment we've purchased. So with this compact excavator, we would also receive 2 bucket attachments. One of those attachments would be a post hole digger, and the other one a rock breaker attachment. One's a smaller attachment, one's large. We also reached out to Burnett County. They've used similar compact excavators and report that they love them. Been very reliable, and the performance is great. So again, the total cost for the compact excavator is $69,564.89. This is well under the $120,000 bond allocation. This leaves $50,435.11. We just feel it's more versatile and efficient tool for the maintenance department rather than the other. At this time, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the board?
I don't have a question, but thank you for the picture.
You're welcome. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Eric.
Any reason why we wouldn't approve this tonight?
It would be great if we did. We'd be very appreciative.
And the pricing and the language is the same as it shows there?
Administrative recommendation would be, I move that the board approve the purchase of a new compact excavator and 2 bucket attachments from Ewald Kubota of Marble Falls, not to exceed $69,564.89.
Motion by Mr. Nauman.
Second.
Second by Mr. Verdell. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Whittle, and thank you all for working to be cost efficient and get us what we need for the right price. We really greatly appreciate that whenever we can do that. At this point, we are going to take things out of order and move to executive session and take a little break from this regularly scheduled programming. Executive session 12A, discussion of professional personnel, Texas Government Code 551.074. 12B, discussion with legal counsel regarding contract with Fluger Architects, Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.129. Discussion of safety and security, Texas Government Code 551.076, which is both a district vulnerability assessment report and 2023 school safety audit. We will move into executive session at 7:46 p.m. and principal.
of the softball facility is excavation, installation of synthetic turf, and then construction of a new detention pond. Important to note on the detention pond, that was unanticipated in pre-bond planning. That is one item that we're familiar with another project that we've done at Highland Lakes. But anytime that turf is going to be installed on a field, whether it be softball, baseball, football, whatnot, a detention pond for water quality is part of that. And so with the drainage, pre-bond planning estimate for this project was $1,185,000. This total included soft costs, and so I'll review in more detail the cost breakdown on slide 6 of this presentation. So you'll see there at the bottom that we have $124,383, and that will cover the remaining, additional soft costs and fencing that will to be completed after the turf is completely installed. We had decided to take that out of the scope, and we would do that on our own, the fencing. And what that means is that we will seek additional proposals and bring that back to you at a later date from tonight. So that's excluded from the scope of this work. We hope to obtain, I will say that with the cost, anticipated cost, of a fencing and to complete the fencing that was not done in May, we're going to go out for local bids on that, at least one, and then 2 other bids. We don't have to do that through a JOC, but we think that would be give the board different options, and we'll look at the estimates at that point. We're anticipating, we do have one proposal, just to be completely transparent right now. We have one proposal in on a fence for roughly $160,000 to complete all the fencing needs of the softball facility. If you'll recall, back in May, there were some projects that were done to upgrade the softball field. So the softball had replaced their netting, backstop netting, bullpens that were graded on the first base dugout side, new fencing for that, fencing in front of the home and visitor dugouts. Really nice black vinyl fencing, and that for safety purposes, in the smaller confines of a softball field. And so some of those improvements had been done, but we did not do the fencing for down the sidelines because we knew that would need to come down. New turf's going to need to be installed. And so right now, our maintenance crew has already taken down the fence at the softball facility, the outfield fence. They've salvaged purlings. They've salvaged the fencing just for us, if we needed to use for additional future projects in the district. So our maintenance crew did a good job on that. It's ready to go at the softball facility. But we will need to also do the other fencing to match the black vinyl fencing, if that makes sense. On the next slide, these are some key inclusions that are included in the proposal for the GMP. So complete replacement of the existing softball field turf with AstroTurf Diamond Professional Legends Series system. This system uses multiple turf types tailored for the infield, outfield warning tracks. So specific turf for those specific locations. It does include excavation and grading for the new detention pond, removal of the existing field surface and fencing, or not all of the fencing. We did that on our own. Subgrade compaction and proof rolling to prepare the base. These are all general conditions. Insurance and bonding costs are excluded as fixed percentages. Let me go back. Additionally, a turf groomer is part of the package for the GMP. However, the vehicle needed to operate that is not included. So the groomer is included. Some other notable exclusions and qualifications. There are also several important to note here. These are, again, exclusions for site and existing conditions. Any hazardous material testing or abatement would be at the owner's responsibility. We don't foresee that, but that is excluded. Demolition is limited to the field surface and fencing only. Again, our maintenance crew has already demoed the outfield fence. Existing bleachers, dugouts, netting, scoreboard remain as is. Spoke to that earlier. We've already upgraded that. For utilities and electrical, there is no electrical work or sports lighting included in this package. This is a reno of the existing facility. PEC fees, permanent power, scoreboard power work, those are all excluded. Utilities are included only for the detention pond. So specific to the turf system, excluded is the shock pad and Brockfill cooling infill. Those are excluded. And typically, just so y'all know, that Brockfill cooling, Brockfill is really for cooling or for if you're like a football field where there's high impact, where you would need that. It's not typical to have that on a baseball or softball turf field. And then testing of materials and the concrete slab under home plate are also not included in this scope for the GMP. Important to note that this GMP is structured as a lump sum total, so it's not a line item budget, meaning that any savings or overruns can be balanced across the overall project scope. The pricing assumes approval to proceed within 60 days of the bid date. The bid date was September 25th, 2025. And so if the board approves tonight, the notice to proceed would be issued with construction beginning tomorrow, October 21st. In anticipated completion in January of 2026. And so in talking, if all goes well and as planned and approved, then they'll start mobilizing equipment. They'll put up silt fencing tomorrow. And then pre-con meeting, those typically take a few days, but if they could get a pre-con meeting tomorrow and get the green light, things will start turning soon at softball. All right, so this is a breakdown of kind of the cost and how that came out for the GMP. You'll see the subtotal, $829,449, the actual cost for the softball field, bond insurance subtotal, additional $18,072, and then included in this is the $100,000 for contingency fees. So if something comes up that we did not anticipate, or if they find anything else, that we've already done soil borings at these site locations and at all, but softball and baseball, kind of the proposed site for baseball, multipurpose, they've already done the soil borings for that. But we have $100,000 in contingency built in. American does. The fee for American for the GMP is 4.60%, and so that's already included in this lump sum. $43,586, and then general conditions and pre-con, $69,510. That's the grand total of the GMP of $1,060,617. Also excluded, not included in the GMP, permitting and plan review fees. These are fees that are already included with the architect's fees. Design fees, that's architect. Performance or fiscal sureties required by agencies. These would be, I guess, like unanticipated. Fire marshals may find something, or city. We don't anticipate those. Third-party testing or inspections. We've got the soil borings done. If for some reason we needed that would not be included in this GMP. Any off-site drainage or utility improvements. We don't feel like this would be an issue since we're building a new detention pond. And then any furniture, fixtures, or equipment not specifically identified in the GMP. Stormwater management or repairs to existing storm lines. We're not tying into those lines, so we don't anticipate that to be an issue there with the exclusions. All right, next slide is kind of some details on the turf and what you can expect for the softball field. Our turf contractor will be Symmetry Sports Construction. And they will install the AstroTurf Diamond Professional Legend Series system I mentioned earlier. So this includes specialized root zone diamond 60-ounce turf for the clay infield, kind of the infield area, not the green, but turf, and then the bullpen area as well. For the infield root zone, it's 3DM 52-ounce. For the warning track, that's a Rhino blend 42-ounce. And then root zone diamond ERA 90-ounce for the pitcher's mound and home plate areas. It does come with an 8-year warranty, It does include 7 replacement inserts for the high wear zones around the pitcher's mound and plate, areas that get a high traffic use. They're going to give us 7 replacement inserts where you can just cut those out, replace on our own with the new. It also uses a specific mix of SBR rubber, sand infill recommended by the manufacturer. Again, this is turf field groomers included, but what's operated, the vehicle's not. So just so you know, we've gone and we've done tours. We've met with Coach Lazoya, Coach Porter. We've gone and laid our eyes on variety of different turfs. And this is what we felt was best for those facilities for our kids. Here's just an example of what you could expect. Obviously, this is a different school, but this is symmetry turf that put this turf in, and ours would look something similar to this layout as far as the turf design goes. Same coloring schemes. I've just provided some additional construction management, construction documents for you to see. This is just the existing layout. You can kind of see the fence line, how it's not perfectly uniform, and you can see here's what we're moving to. This will be the final look with fencing, with the detention pond out in center field. And so one thing just to note is the dimensions for the softball field will be a little bit shorter down the lines. Final product will be a 190 feet down the outfield lines, right and left field, and then center field will be 200 with roughly a 6-foot fence will be the final product. Again, we'll do the fencing on our own. That just gives you an idea of the erosion plan. So as they lay turf, they take care of all of the drainage. Everything will drain to that detention pond for the softball, specific for softball. Again, that's not something that we anticipated in pre-bond planning for that amount. That's kind of a new, and so that's also included, important to note, in the GMP turf, excavation, and the pond. This is just some more detailed drawings of the pond plan and what that will look like. This will probably be one of the first things that gets started, would be to start to build the pond first, and then go from there. They may do it simultaneously, but to start work on the pond. And then again, just another same visual. And then just to review again, the pre-bond planning estimate that we had was $1.185 million for softball facility upgrades. The GMP came back with the scope that we discussed at $1,060,617. At this time, I'll be open to any questions that you may have.
Questions from the board? I have a couple questions, if anybody else does. For the field groomer, it says vehicle not included. Do we have a vehicle that can do that, or do? Okay, great. Just making sure we didn't have to go buy another vehicle.
We pull it, it's just an attachment on the back.
Great. And what day is the first softball game?
Coach Lazoya, what day is the first softball game?
Okay.
February 12th. First
So
home game.
That should work out. Okay. And the fencing that we'll have to do on our own or additionally, was that in the original scope and the pre-bond planning?
Yeah, we've always anticipated that part to be JOC and
Okay.
potential savings there.
I was also going to say, we had looked at trying to do it last May, but waited because of the work that we're going to do and to do it all at once.
Got it. Other questions?
Not a question, but a comment. I think I'm going to be a no on this vote, not because I don't support the program or support the project, but because of some other issues. I think we should look at the overall scope of all of these bond projects together, especially considering from what I just heard too, it sounds like we won't be under budget on this project either. If you can account for the fencing and some of those other soft costs. And so I'm going to be a no for this, but expect to be voted. I mean, I expect it to pass, and I will be fine with that, but that's my rationale.
Any other questions? Take a motion at this point then, if anyone is interested in making a motion. We do have a timeliness of hoping to start work tomorrow if we're going to do this.
I'd move that the board approve the GMP from American Constructors in the amount of $1,060,617 to complete the softball facility project at Marble Falls High School.
Motion by Mr. Verdell. Second by Ms. McCary. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, 6 ayes, 1 opposed. The motion carries 6-1. Thank you, Mr. Whittle. All right, next we have 9G, which was consider and possible action regarding the baseball facility project. We're going to be tabling that item until another time, and so we will come back to that later, but not tonight. And that moves us along to 10, consider and possible approval of action. We have the consent agenda, number 1, minutes from September 15th, regular board meeting, and number 2, annual renewal of phone system licensing. Does anyone need to take anything off of that, or we can get a motion to approve the consent?
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion by Ms. McCary. Second by Mr. Nauman. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. That gets us to upcoming meetings and board training opportunities. Our next regular board meeting is Monday, November 17th, and then Monday, December 15th, the next 2 regular board meetings. And now, down to 13A, discussion and possible approval of action arising from executive session. Number 1, possible approval of professional personnel.
I have 2 items. One, I would recommend the approval of professional personnel as presented in executive session with our new HR director.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Verdell. Second by Ms. Tubig. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimous.
My next one is recommendation that the board issue a school district teaching permit to Morgan Herrera's to serve as teacher of record.
Motion by Ms. Tubig. Second by Ms. McCary. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimous. Next up, consider and possible action regarding architect contract with Fluger Architects from the 2025 bond program. Is there anything that you wanted to tee this off with, or we?
No. I mean, do you want me to?
You don't have to. So we have does anyone have a motion they wish to present?
I'd move that the Board of Trustees direct administration and legal counsel to work with Fluger Architects to negotiate a partial de-scoping of bond projects, including at least the CTE building, and to renegotiate contract terms and fees as discussed in closed session, and bring back options for the board to consider at the next meeting, and in the interim direct Fluger Architects to cease work on the baseball facility, CTE building, multi-purpose building, and Max Copeland gym project until the board can take further action.
We have a motion by Mr. Verdell. Second by Ms. Tubig. Any discussion, comments anyone wish to make at this time? No? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimous. Thank you. And that brings us to Item 14, adjournment. No further business before the board. We will adjourn at the nice early hour of 10:17 p.m. Thank you all for being here tonight.